Mr. Semenya.
We are sat down to hear the evidence of Mr. Creel, and perhaps before that, I realize there's a document that is being placed before us, and I don't know its relevance. Maybe Mr. Nell will appraise all of us why this document is here.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm told it's Mr. van der Merwe who comes first. Sorry.
May it please the Commissioners, that's indeed so. We applied to delete the evidence of Mr. van der Merwe, Jacob Gabriel Silje van der Merwe. We also applied for leave to delete Mr. van der Merwe's evidence, which was granted. If we delete his evidence, I will refer to two photographs that's not part of his affidavit. I'll hand them in, and I've handed out copies to everyone. They also with the Commissioners. I will properly hand them in through the evidence.
Thank you.
Mr. van der Merwe is present and is willing to take the oath.
Thank you. Mr. van der Merwe, please place your name for the record.
Jacob Gabriel Silje van der Merwe.
Are you going to take an oath or affirmation?
Yes.
An oath or affirmation?
Oath.
Oath. Do you swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. van der Merwe. Mr. Nell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. van der Merwe, would you kindly just introduce yourself to the Commissioners, please?
I'm Silje van der Merwe. I'm on my way to 64 years old. I'm married to my wife Charlotte, sitting over there. We have 4 children. I used to work in government for years when I started my career. I moved on to corporate service, working for corporate technical engineering companies, heading up urban planning and environmental services divisions. Over the past 3 years, I've established my own company, focusing on feasibility studies and public-private partnership transaction advisory services. That is in short.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. van der Merwe. Would you kindly just confirm your affidavit? You have your affidavit in front of you, and the signature at the end of your affidavit at page 1206. Can you just confirm that that's your signature?
Yes, that's correct.
And you confirm the contents of this affidavit?
Yes, that's correct.
We will deal with the annexes to your affidavit as the evidence goes, but it's your affidavit plus annexes there.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Mr. van der Merwe, why are we here?
I think in short, in November 1978, my father was killed. He went missing. He was never found. His body was never recovered. We became aware of the activities of the Kompepe Commission, and for that reason we approached AfriForum, Mr. Carly Creel, to assist us to make representation at this commission concerning my father's case that was never resolved up to now after 47, 48 years. And essentially we are here to, as I've stated in paragraph 26 and 27 of my statement, to implore the Commission to also look at my father's case as part of your recommendations and findings of this Commission.
Mr. van der Merwe, there's been no prosecution on your father's murder, is that correct?
No, never.
There wasn't even an inquest into the death of your father?
No, never.
of late you've heard that the NPA has taken steps to have an inquest held. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We'll get to that. Mr. van der Merwe, could you perhaps just give the Commission a short summary of the facts that, that we want to testify about what happened to your father on the 1st of November 1978?
Can I just inquire, when was your father born? If he was alive, how old would he be, and or if he has disappeared, how old would he be? You know, I mean, I'm also looking at inquest.
Yes.
There would have to be some certainty that he's no longer alive.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will address that. In 1978, when my father left home, he left a note to my mother on a pillow stating that he's going to a family farm, Doringlaagte, to hunting, to shoot a buck for the pot. At that stage, he was 55 years old. And the farm that he went to was about 70 kilometers to the northwest of Tabazimbi. It was a family-owned farm, a winter grazing farm. There was no real infrastructure at that farm. Shortly after he arrived there, my aunt called the neighbor to inform him that my grandmother, his mother, passed away, and that he then left immediately to my aunt, who was staying on another farm, Bachimbrikkiesdraai, which is close to Tabazimbi, and where my grandmother was residing. After that, in short, my aunt called my mother to inquire about my father's whereabouts, since she knew that he has left the farm, and she was thinking that he first went home. And my mother said, no, he never arrived home. She thought that he was at Bachimbrikkiesdraai. And they then realized that there must be something serious going on due to the time that has passed. And they immediately alerted the police, who launched a significant search at that point. They went to the farm. There was no sign of him. And the police and even the military started a massive search, since he just disappeared in thin air. There was no sign of him, his vehicle, or nothing. And we all, as a family, converted to, or went to my aunt's home. I was at school in Rustenburg. My brother and sister were at university. And it was absolute chaos, obviously, because everybody was searching for my father. At the same time, they were busy to prepare for my grandmother's funeral. So it was chaos. It was quite emotional and quite traumatic. After a few days, they located his vehicle close to the border post, the airport, hid it in a bush, and they established that none of his possessions was in the vehicle, and he was missing. My mother and the police even extended the search into Botswana due to the fact that in the earlier days, my father farmed in Botswana on the farm Nutwani, and they also went there to see if maybe he went to the old farm. But there was no sign of him at that time. As the search went on, we prayed that he may have been kidnapped and still be alive, which, as time moved on, we started to realize that the chances of that became very slim, up to the point where we had to reconcile with the fact that we think he is dead. The local Khosi came to my mother's home to express their sympathy. because they were well known and loved and respected in those communities in that region. That is in short what happened.
I think what is important is to just realize that those were the days without cell phones and really without phones on the farm. Is that correct, Mr. van der Merwe?
Yes, that's correct. So there were no real contacts that could have been established. The neighboring farm had a telephone because they occupied the farm full time, so it made sense.
Let us deal with the impact on the family. Now, at the time, your mother was employed, is that correct?
Yes, she was a teacher at primary school at mining town Swartklip, which is about 40 kilometers from Tapzambi.
And how many children were they?
We were 4 children. My elder brother, who was at the time about 21 years old. My sister, 19. I had a brother just older than me, was 17. I was 16. And my younger brother was 11.
Before we carry on, so up until today, was your father's remains ever recovered?
No, that was never recovered.
Now, let's just deal with the impact on the family. You had a brother and a sister at university, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And this incident, what did that cause as far as their studies are concerned?
I think the incident happened at a time that was right at the year end. They were busy with exams, and they did not manage to pass those exams, so that was some impact on them. The university allowed them to take the extended exam in the following year, which they passed. I just want to take one step back, Commissioner, if you will allow me. I was here last week when I think the Galata family made their statement, and I would like to highlight that I think listening to them, it was like looking in a mirror. So the experiences that we had were very similar. So I just want to state that. At the time, my mother earned a salary as a teacher of about 600 Rand per month. Obviously, she could not care for a family with that income. You can only stretch it so far. She was not a real breadwinner at the time, so financially it was tough. It took about 3 to 4 years to have my father declared dead. So during that time, we had to depend on a salary. My brother and sister could not continue their studies, and they had to postpone that. Also to get work and to earn additional income. Even myself and my younger brother, Gerard, we did part-time jobs while we were at school. Sorry about that.
One of your brothers did not cope well. Let's just deal with that.
Yes, I think Bertus, he was very close to my father. He was just older than me. So he, at the time, decided, without informing my mother, to leave school and to join the military. That destroyed his life. He was too young to go to the military. And he returned from his military career. He could not keep a permanent job due to post-traumatic stress. So that destroyed his life.
Mr. Van der Merwe, your mother, is she still with us?
My mother passed away in 2022. She was 91 years old. I would like to say that my mother remained true to my father during this period. Even though we could not bury him, she had to bury my two brothers. They both passed away from cancer in 2005 and the other in 2014. It did not stop her to make a contribution to society. She started when she retired, a fine arts classes, also for extra income, and she gave lessons to all communities, in Potchefstroom, young people, old people. Some paid for the classes, others couldn't afford it, but she still helped them. She passed away in 2022, as I've said.
Mr. Van der Merwe, let's just deal with your mother having to approach the courts to declare your father deceased. And as part of that application, she attached an affidavit from a police investigator. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Commissioners, I have to start this with an apology. It's attached to the documents, but it's not translated.
Yes, I've noted
We
that.
will have that translated, but we will deal with the real issues we've dealt with in paragraphs 18, 19, 20, and 21 of the affidavit, and we'll deal with that now. But I commit myself to ensure that the translated copy is delivered.
Yes, that will be appreciated.
So, Commissioners, just so that we all know where we are, we're at page 1, 2 to 3 of the record, but that's now not translated. So we rather deal with the affidavit, and that is paragraphs 18, 19, 20, and 21. So the police investigator gave an account of what happened to your father after he had an interview with a person that he called Mr. X. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so what did the investigator then testify or informed your mother?
At the time, he informed my mother that he established through interviewing Mr. X that 4 MK members was deployed to establish and do reconnaissance in that part of South Africa, and that they were tasked to identify places where weaponry could be cached as part of the struggle, and they were instructed not to interfere with the civil society in that region. He then established that on their return to the base in Botswana, he noticed that they had hunting rifles as part of their cache, and he asked them about that, and they said that they took that from a white man that they engaged with in South Africa, and that they have killed him. They explained to him that they pretended to be hitchhiking on the road. 2 were waiting in the bushes, the other were pretending to be hitchhiking. And my father, he was a very good-natured man from that area, and he knows everybody, so he stopped to help them. They overpowered him. They forced him to turn around to the Botswana border. They then picked up the other 2 that was hiding in the bush, and at that point they forced him out of the vehicle. let him walk into the bush. They shot him in the back, and then one of the cadres turned him around and shot him in the face. They left him there, and they took the vehicle to the border. And from there, they crossed the border back to their base in Botswana.
What is important about this is that
Mr. Nel, before you proceed, were these 4 MK cadres ever identified?
Yes.
we're getting to that.
You are getting
Yes,
there.
we will do
Yes.
that, Madam Chair. If you'll allow us just to...
Yes, you may proceed.
But we will identify the people.
Yes.
Let us start with, I want to refer you to page 1224. That's the affidavit of the policeman. I haven't identified the policeman, but his name is Jan Karel Coetzee. Although the affidavit is in Afrikaans, what's important here is a date. At paragraph 5 of Mr. Coetzee's affidavit, there's a date. What's that date?
His engagement was on March 1979, so it was only a few months after the incident.
So the identity of the people that committed this murder was known to the police in March 1979.
Oh, that's correct.
Good. We will get back to a full identification. Your mother also testified at the TRC, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
She testified on the 23rd of September 1996.
That's correct.
And we have attached her evidence to your statement.
That's correct.
We're not going to read the whole of her evidence, and I would just like to refer you to 1 or 2 paragraphs of your mother's evidence. And if we could turn to page 1212. The 5th paragraph. Do you have that? It starts with my story.
Yes.
So your mother testified that that's her evidence that was transcribed, and you're now reading what she said.
Yes.
What did she say there?
My story and that of my children is but a minor story in comparison with these others from whom we feel sympathy. Our pain is but a mere drop in the ocean of South Africa's suffering.
I'm going to ask you to read the next 2 paragraphs as well, please.
Even if we do not want to use this opportunity to highlight our problems and look for sympathy, that is not what we wanted to do. In doing this, we have done it in all the years. That is why I sat here today and thought about it for a long time before I came to you.
And then the next paragraph, please.
My story is the story about a woman with 5 children whose husband was a peace-loving citizen who, wherever he lived on, work was also respected by the black communities, a man who was killed unnecessarily in a cowardly and cruel manner while he was helping murderers. They abused the best of humanity.
Can we just turn the page to the next page, please? And there it's paragraph 1, 2, 3. The 5th paragraph is also my story.
Yeah.
Please read that.
My story wants to put this question to you. Would these people that were responsible for this deed, now that the liberation struggle has been completed, in her view, be able to answer us what was achieved by this and who really benefited from this action?
And sorry, just carry on. It's a longer paragraph. This, what purpose did it all serve?
This, what purpose did it all serve? From a military strategic point of view or from the viewpoint of the struggle, if these questions could contribute to answering the questions of the senselessness of what took place, and this one deed in isolation could highlight the folly of what took place then the story has a humble contribution to bringing our country to where it is today, and will have made a contribution to the liberation.
And then, we're not reading everything, but if you can turn the page to page 1214, paragraph. We still looking for it. We'll find it now. 1216. 9th paragraph, Ms. van der Merwe, where she was asked the question, if your father was politically active or militarily inclined, what was her response?
No, not at all. One of the things that surfaced in the matter was that he did not take part in any political activity at all. We lived in Botswana for years, and we even came back to the Republic. He did not participate in any political activity. He was merely a farmer.
Good. Thank you. Now, although there was a matter was being investigated, there was correspondence you received from what was then called the Attorney General's office. And we've also attached that. Again, Commissioners, apologies, those are also in Afrikaans. We'll have that translated.
Yes.
But it's just a one paragraph from the Attorney General. It's on page 1222. The Attorney General informed you, if we translate it, that they didn't have enough evidence at the time. They couldn't. There's no reason for them to prosecute, but the investigation is ongoing.
Sorry, I don't have 122 here with me.
1222.
No.
I'll make it so much easier. May I hand
Yes,
over
you may.
1222? Thank you.
I'd skip to. Should I read this?
No, we've just confirmed that is what
Yeah, that's correct.
you heard from the Attorney General. Now, let us just deal to another paragraph in your affidavit, and that is paragraph 12. And perhaps paragraph 11. In paragraph 11, your mother's sentiments as far as the suspects or perpetrators, if they would have applied for amnesty, how she would have treated that.
My mother viewed that as the outcome that she was hoping for, and that she would have accepted that as evidence and as part of the struggle. And if they would have received amnesty, she would have accepted that.
But we now know, and we'll lead to evidence, that do you know if they ever applied for amnesty?
No, they never applied.
Now, seeing that they never applied, what was your mother's and your family sentiments that they haven't applied? How do you feel about a possible prosecution, or what should now happen?
I think essentially the view was that my mother stated during the TRC that she was not looking at prosecution if they come to the amnesty. or if they come to the TRC, which they did not. And failing which, she felt that it would be fair, it would be equitable, that the case must further be investigated, and that the suspects must be prosecuted, and an inquest must be held to establish the facts, because in our view, then they remain coward criminals that should face the law.
Now, in paragraph 15, we start dealing with members of the criminal justice system that you and your family had contact with. And you had contact with the advocate van der Kooi.
Yes, that's correct.
Please explain to the
I think at the time why my mother became quite aged, and through a contact that we established through my wife, Charlotte, we made contact with somebody at the prosecuting officers. I don't know the exact organization or institution, who then referred the case internally and said again that they will attend to that. That was about 2017. And through that process, a investigative officer contacted me, and I cannot recall his name, and informed me that Advocate van der Kooi at the State Attorney's Office in Polokwane is assisting them with the investigation. I had a telephone conversation with Advocate van der Kooi, who indicated to me that the file was incomplete and that he tried to direct the investigation to complete the file so that further decisions can be made on how to proceed with the investigation and the case.
You also had contact with investigating officer van der Schuyf. Is that correct?
Yes. She followed on the previous investigator that moved on to other cases, and she was appointed. She contacted me, informing me that she took the case over. That's about 3 years ago. And at the time, she also said the file is in shambles. She's trying to reorganize it. And we had communication once a year. The last time we communicated was sometime early last year, where she informed me that the file has been prepared for submission to a person that had to decide to submit it to the magistrate for a decision on whether an inquest will be held or what the forward steps would be.
Now, perhaps let me just refer you to your affidavit. Can you please look at paragraph 16 at page 1202. Can I ask you just to read that into the record?
We sympathize and we identify with the trauma, heartache, and prejudice that families from the freedom fighters have had to endure. And we have followed the reopening of the inquest and prosecution of members of the armed forces. As I mentioned, I've witnessed Mr. Galata's statements. We believe our father's case has not received the full time's attention, especially given the statement by Captain Jan Karel Coetzee and the affidavit that he gave. I will discuss this a bit later, and that follows.
Thank you. Let us all deal with something else. You also had contact with the Colonel Vreugdenburg. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I refer you to paragraph 23 of your affidavit, and if we could just deal with paragraph 23, where and I'm going to tell you what it says, and you can just comment on it, where the NPA have used the excuse that your mother never wanted the prosecution, and she made it clear during the TRC. Was that correct?
No, that's not correct. I'm aware that Vreugdenburg was also investigative officer in the earlier years, following also the presentation at the TRC. But that communication, I think, is a complete misrepresentation of my mother's statement.
Then, if we, Colonel van der Schuyf also informed you that she had an interview with identified people. You discussed that at paragraph 17, page 1203. If you could perhaps just deal with that.
Yeah, essentially, she informed me early last year, before that I did interview one of the suspects at the time, and that the outcome was not conclusive, and that that information will be used as part of the report that will be presented to take a further decision on if an inquest will be held.
Did she give you any detail?
The only thing she mentioned was that in vague terms that it was denied, involvement was denied, and that the suspect mentioned that he heard about something to that effect that may have taken place.
Mr. van der Merwe, now, following up on the information given by Captain Coetzee about his interview in 1979, and followed on publicly available information, you identified the person that was responsible for the death of your father. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You've identified him with a code name of?
There were several names. I think Felix Muchale, Msibi, China.
Come again? Come again with the name?
Just give all those names.
Mr. Felix Muchale, Mr. Msibi, and later on China as a nickname.
Now, you then, with assistance from investigators, discovered photographs on YouTube. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The one photograph that we will hand up now is, you have it there, it's marked A. What does that depict?
Well, it actually...
I said YouTube, it's Facebook. That indicated my age. I really apologize.
It's an image
For me,
of...
it's the same thing.
Sorry, Commissioner.
Sorry, yes?
It's an image of a person posing with a illegal firearm. It appears to be a Type 56 AK-47 Chinese-made weapon in full camouflage wear.
And the person there is the person that you were able to identify as China.
Yes, that's correct.
Let's deal with the second image, also from Facebook, depicts a photograph of the same person. But what's important about this, and that we will hand up as CVDMB, the second photograph, I've marked it the CVDM, Silje van der Merwe A and Silje van der Merwe B. What's important about this is the entry that one can see. If you have a look at the right, the second entry. From whom is that entry?
That entry is from Madeleine Fullard.
And she said,
She said, "No, my brother, don't waste your money there. Keep it away. Your losses are certain."
who's this? Do you know this Madeleine Fullard?
She was the person that when we received a contact to further follow up on my father's case, the contact person name that was given to us, and with which in particular my wife communicated with for several times during 2017.
And she was attached to which organization?
My understanding was that she was with the TRC investigator unit or the prosecuting authority.
Prosecuting authority. Now, what's also important is if we can just indicate the date of CVDMB.
That was April 2017. It's basically the same year when we started to engage with them.
And so this is the person that you identified as one of the perpetrators that was never prosecuted.
Yeah, that's correct.
Do you have any idea of this person's career after, say, 1994, where he was employed?
I stand to be corrected. I know that during exile he made a stint in Australia or New Zealand or somewhere. He returned from there afterwards and eventually being employed, it appears, with the Secret Service.
In South Africa?
In South Africa, yes.
Now, this whole affidavit, and we'll read the last couple of paragraphs, deals with the fact that this person, if it's him, never applied for amnesty.
No.
And the family would want what?
Essentially, we stand by what my mother's wishes was, and we regret that it could never take place while she was still alive, to give her some peace, that the law must take its course, and that these identified suspects should have been investigated properly. Most of them are dead now, and that a proper investigation and prosecution should have been executed.
In conclusion, Mr. van der Merwe, I know it's quite a few paragraphs, but I'm going to ask you to read into the record paragraphs 24, 5, 6, and 7.
As a family, we acknowledge the struggle against oppression and accept the necessity of our nation to move forward in the spirit of healing and reconciliation, and that was also our mother's wish. In that spirit, my mother expressed her willingness to let go on a mutual basis, understanding that our collective and mutual progress depends on forgiveness and unity. However, moving forward cannot mean excusing deliberate killings of innocent civilians outside of the ambit of the law and the process created through the TRC. We must be mindful of the lessons we teach our children and the example that we leave for those who come after us. That such acts, whenever they fall outside the ambit of the law, must have consequences. If the killing of our father remains unsanctioned and justified by law, it warrants a full, unbiased investigation and accountability. Only by confronting these truths we can ensure that our freedom rests on justice as well as forgiveness. Given the apparent disregard of both the law and our family's loss, with no meaningful representation made at the TRC, no proper investigation, with the urgency and thoroughness it clearly deserved, that we are aware of these failures, creating a deeply troubling impression that the authorities, for whatever reason, may have delayed or deliberately stalled investigation, and obviously then shielding these perpetrators, whether through neglect, political influence, or abuse of power. The pattern of delay and inaction gives rise to the perception that the process was intentionally drawn out so that over time crucial evidence would erode and accountability would become impossible. In effect, justice for this murder has been denied, and those responsible have been allowed to escape the consequences of their action. Given this, although we as a family can understand the political realities and the need for transformation into a new democratic dispensation, we implore the Commission to include victims like this,
Like us.
in their recommendations, and to investigate why the investigations were not focused on apprehending, prosecuting these suspects who identified innocent civilians as legitimate targets of violence.
I think let us just read the last paragraph as well.
We unreservedly accept that the murder of our father and our consequential struggle to rebuild our lives is not unique, and therefore implore the Commission to, with its recommendations, ensure equality before the law in the treatment of this death and those of the deceased who may have died at the hands of the government at the time.
Now, I think we must just inform the Commission of something, and that is usually council draft affidavits and hand it over and it's discussed. How did I get hold of this affidavit?
I prepared it and sent it to AfriForum and to your office.
You prepared this and we settled it and we submitted it. That was your drafting.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. Commissioners, I have nothing further for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Nell. Mr. Vani?
Chairperson, we simply wish to express our sorrow for Mr. Van der Merwe's loss. We express our condolences on behalf of the families to you and your family. We regret that no inquest has been held on this matter, and we hope that one will be set up expeditiously. But we have no questions for clarification for this witness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kuala?
Good morning, Commissioners and colleagues. We do not have clarification questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Kuala. Ms. Rantu?
On the issue of...
Just raise your voice, Ms. Rantu.
Can the commissioners... Oh, yes. I think
Yes,
there's an
we can
issue
hear
with-
you now.
Thank you, commissioners. I just want to clarify with Mr. Krill, if I understood him correctly, that failure to investigate happened during the apartheid government. Is that what happened? Failure to either investigate or prosecute. It must have happened long before the TRC itself.
My apology, I can't hear you very clearly.
What I'm trying to clarify with you is whether failure on the part of government occurred even before the TRC commission came into being. Is that so? I just want to understand that it happened even long before.
I must apologize. Can you maybe...
Yes,
want-
Mr. Nell, come
Can
please,
can I pose the question?
Yes.
Mr. Van der Merwe, what essentially is asked is this failure to investigate this case properly, that happened before the TRC proceedings.
No.
The murder happened before the TRC proceedings, and there was no investigation up until the TRC proceedings. That's the question.
No, there was a significant investigation initially, up to the point, as you've noted also from the communication or the statement from Captain Coetzee. At that time, we had reasonably regular communication with the investigators, and it was progressing well. So I would say that at that point, maybe after 1991, there was a decline in the investigation. I have been informed through my brother Gerard, who had a close friend in Tabazimbi, that the investigation file was overnight collected from their offices without explanation, and it was brought to head office in Pretoria. So the local police could not take any further action on the matter. Subsequently, and I can mention that here, that was reported to me by my mother. She actually made a call to the house of Mr. Msibi at the time to try to solicit more information, her contribution to the investigation. And the wife of the suspect answered the call, and when she mentioned her name as Miss van der Merwe, the wife immediately asked her, "Why do you call here? Do you want to kill my husband?" So we conveyed all that information to the police at the time. I would say that after the TRC, there was little investigation going forward.
I hope that's a response to the
Thank you.
question.
Ms. Ranto?
Thank you, Commissioners. Just on what was ended up, we're trying to understand the person that is depicted on this document that was ended up this morning. We're trying to understand, your version is that this is China or Mojali or Msibi. I suppose China is Msibi, isn't it?
That was my understanding, yes.
And he worked for the NPA, like you say, even during 1991.
At that time, yes.
At that time, which was specifically, you said there was a decision to decline prosecution in 1991. That's what I just heard from you, Nana.
I'm not sure when he was employed.
No, I'm trying to understand your version, just to put forward now, that in 1991, there was a decision to decline to prosecute.
I think the decision to decline to prosecute was only made in 1997.
In 1997?
Yes. That was after the TRC hearing.
Okay, maybe, sorry, Mr. Krill, I missed.
It's
I missed had 1991, what happened?
Sorry, it is at page 1222. And maybe if you did not quite follow the Afrikaans, the English, my note, I translated it for myself. That decision in English would read from the Chief Clerk of the Attorney General, I'm directed by the Attorney General to inform you that there is inadequate or insufficient evidence at this stage to prosecute any person in connection with the disappearance of your husband. Yours sincerely, then it's the Chief Clerk, it's written to Mrs. S. van der Merwe.
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you, Commissioners. I was trying to follow what the witness was saying about what happened in 1991. And my apologies, I refer to Mr. Van Merwe, Mr. Van Merwe.
Yes.
My apologies. The witness was talking about the interaction between, I think, his mother and some CB in 1991, and that is what I was trying to clarify as to. I missed what happened in 1991.
No, nothing in particular. All I'm saying is that at that stage, it appears that I may be wrong about 1991. It may have been 1993 or just after the elections in 1994. So in general, I refer to that period. It appears to us that after our new democratic dispensation came about, that there was significant lack of further investigation.
Okay,
If I
thank
can
you,
correct that.
Commissioners. One last thing, Commissioners, related to the exhibit or the document that was handed up. And we're trying to establish if the witness is saying the person that is depicted on this document is, I think, person referred to as China, or we're just trying to understand. There are two
I thought
pictures.
he has already responded to that, Ms. Rantu.
I've got a note here, and I don't know if that is in the, that was also handwritten by my mother, from information that she gained that lists the people, and on that note, Felix Muchale, Msibi, in China, appears to be the same person.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. We are
Thank you.
clear from us. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Sakai,
No questions from our side.
thank you. Mr. Seminya,
Chair, Ms. Rangata will just put some few questions to the witness.
yes. Ms. Rangata?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure that I'm audible. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Van der Merwe. How are you doing this morning?
Very well, thank you, apart
can-
from a little bit of a lapse.
I can imagine under the circumstances, and thank you so much for your evidence. I want to assure you that as evidence leaders, we really we are mindful and we acknowledge and recognize the pain that your family has gone through. And 40 odd years up to today, your mother slept at 91
Yes.
with a sore heart, wanting to find out where the remains of her husband were, and that has never happened.
Yes. Thank you for that. No, that has never happened.
I want to assure you that as evidence leaders, we are guided, and this commission is guided by the terms of reference that are very clear as to what our mandate is. And I've
Understood.
read in your statement that you would want this commission to apply the law fairly as well, and that the recommendations are not isolated. I want to make sure that the terms of reference are very clear, and that the issue of non-prosecution and non-investigation, as you would have noted from other victims and families, that it's non-isolated
It's understood. Thank you.
across the board. And
Yeah.
I must acknowledge your sincere acknowledgement to other families, and there's many thousand families that are in the same position that you are.
No, thank you for that. We are quite clear on that matter. Thank you.
Yes. I just want to ask you this question. You have indicated that there was meetings that you had with Colonel van der Schaiff, and it seemed from that discussion or from that meeting that there has been at all times identification of the perpetrators. Am I correct?
Sorry, just repeat that.
Identification of the perpetrators, even at the time when you spoke to Colonel van der Schaiff.
The identification of the perpetrator.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, that is referred in paragraph 17 of your statement.
It was, however, communicated that they have mainly passed away.
You say in that paragraph, Colonel van der Schaiff has informed me that she and a prosecutor interviewed one of the suspects in our father's killing and reduced his version to writing.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's correct. Have you ever had sight of that statement?
No.
You have never had sight?
No.
You've also mentioned that there was a request for an inquest to be opened, and you've mentioned under your evidence that did I get you correct that it was declined, the inquest?
No, it's my understanding that the decision wasn't made finally at that point, only that the documentation was submitted and prepared. I think it's to Mr. Singh,
Yes.
I stand to be corrected, to decide whether it's suitable to refer it to the magistrate for a decision.
All right. One last question from me. From your personal knowledge, do you know any particular reason why this case was never investigated or adequately? You've said in your statement that even from 1996, when there was a decline to prosecute, that there was insufficient evidence. And you're still being told that at this stage, many years later. Do you have any personal knowledge as to why failure to investigate?
We do not have any personal knowledge, and that's why I said in my statement that it creates the impression that these suspects were shielded. I can say, and I wasn't personally witness to that, I have an aunt that lives in Panama at the moment. It's my mother's younger sister. She's also about 80 years old. When I told her that we will make representation at this commission, she mentioned to me that my mother was approached after the TRC by a person, I think it was Ronnie Casrels, and through a lawyer, they wanted to meet with her to discuss the case outside of the TRC, which she has declined, and which she has indicated that people must go to the TRC so that it's public, that it can be heard truthfully. Subsequent to that, I can mention that she once, after we received this communication in '97, received a threatening phone call, and because of that, she said to us, we must please not engage further on the matter other than directly with the investigation officers because this appears to be quite a dangerous situation. So at the time, and that's why we actually lapsed until 2017 when she was quite aged to further follow up on this.
Thank you very much for that. We will make that follow-up from the investigation side.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you. Chair,
Thank
there are
you.
no further questions from us.
Thank you, Ms. Rangata.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Mr. van der Merwe, you pointed out, or your counsel pointed out that there are suggestions that your mother may have stated that she does not require any prosecution. Now, it also surfaced a few days ago that such suggestion that Dr. or Reverend Chikani would not have required any prosecution. I just want to put it on record that a victim does not have any choice. The prosecution is by the state on behalf of the people. Whether well-meaning as it may have been, even if your mother had said, she does not require prosecution, the state must still prosecute. Whether or not Reverend Chikani may have said that he does not require prosecution, the state must still prosecute if the state believes that there is a prosecutable case. I just wanted you to go away with that knowledge.
Thank you for that, Commissioner.
As the law states.
It makes it clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Nell?
Madam Chair, I have a question of clarification on a question of clarification. There was a question asked if the person was identified as with the name China, and I want to refer the witness and the commissioners to the Exhibit A that we handed in. If one reads the entries on the right-hand side of the photograph, then, well, let me do it through the witness. There's an indication of most relevant entries, and there's one from Christina Kennedy. What does it read, sir?
Sorry, if I may, are you
Is
talking
it
about
on A?
this?
Under most relevant, Christina Kennedy.
Yeah, she's saying the China, is that you?
And then this person responded by saying,
That's me.
thank you. That was my only question of clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Nell. Thank you. Mr. van der Merwe, we express our sadness on the loss of your father and appreciate that you have made yourself available to come and give evidence before this commission. You are now excused as a witness.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for your time.
Madam Chair, we will also lead the next witness. May I request half an hour adjournment just to set up the next witness?
We'll adjourn for tea and reconvene at 11:40. At 12:40. 11:40, yes.
As the Commission pleases.
Mr. Nell?
May it please the Commission. Commissioners, we apply to call the evidence of Mr. Carl Martin Kriel. We applied to lead the evidence of Mr. Kriel, and we received an order that we're entitled to lead his evidence. Mr. Kriel is available, and Mr. Kriel is ready to take the oath.
Thank you. Mr. Kriel, please state your full names for the record.
Madam Chair, my name is Carl Martin Kriel, and I'm willing to take the oath.
Are you going to take an oath or affirmation?
The oath.
The oath.
That's correct,
Yes.
Madam
Do
Chair.
you swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Nell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kriel, you're the CEO of AfriForum, is that correct?
Madam Chair, it's correct.
And since when have you been the CEO of AfriForum?
AfriForum was founded in 2006, and I've been the CEO ever since.
What is AfriForum?
Well, AfriForum is a civil rights organization. We have a two-pronged approach. On the one hand, we are a watchdog organization, and on the other hand, we are a community building organization. With regard to the watchdog part, we litigate quite a lot and have public campaigns against bad service delivery in municipalities with regard to corruption. But a core business of ours is specifically to focus on the protection of constitutional rights and other civil rights and constitutional issues such as equality before the law and the rule of law. And the fact is, that is also why we are here today, is to protect the concept of equality before the law. That is also why we appointed Advocate Gary Nel and his team at the AfriForum Private Prosecution Unit, because we've seen in certain cases there are selective prosecutions or a failure of the victims, many cases such as cases of domestic violence. The second part, which is less relevant today, but probably the most of our activity, we spend 80% of our resources, and that is making sure that we build strong communities where communities can live in dignity. Because of that, we have 160 branches, as well as 177 neighborhood watches that functions in the framework of the law. And we fix roads, potholes, we further cut grass, and all those things. And then we also have, on a basis of mutual recognition and respect, have agreements with various traditional leaders so that we have joint agricultural projects. That's also part of building self-sufficient communities.
Mr. Kriel, AfriForum is a members-based organization. Am I correct?
That's correct.
How many members do you have?
We have approximately 300,000 members.
Now, Mr. Kriel, in preparation for your submission today, you've submitted an affidavit. And do you have the affidavit with you? I would like you to just turn the page from page 1229, but importantly at page 1241. Is that your signature?
That is correct.
And you confirm the contents of this affidavit?
Yes, I confirm it.
Earlier on, in October last year, you submitted a submission, a sworn submission, which is in effect exactly the same as the substantive affidavit.
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Kriel, during your evidence today, you'll discuss three matters. What are those three matters?
Well, the one is the matter of a landmine explosion where Mr. Dirk van Eck lost his wife and two of his children in 1985. The other one is the Ellis Park bombing incident. And then the third one is the case of the Van der Merwe family. And the Commission saw the evidence just now of Mr. Celia Van der Merwe.
Mr. Kriel, before we deal with more the facts of the Van Eck matter, you deal with the essence of your evidence at paragraph 6, page 1230.
That's correct.
Let us just read paragraph 6 to indicate what the essence of your affidavit is.
The essence of my affidavit is to implore the Commission to ensure compliance with one of the basic principles of justice, namely equality before the law. Do you want me to read further?
No, that's fine. But this stance of yours is not a new stance as far as equality before the law with TRC matters concerned. That's not something new, am I right?
That's correct.
It goes back to September 2007.
That's correct.
Please explain to the Commission how you became involved and what your stance were since 2007.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, in 2007, it was just 1 year after AfriForum's formation, we were approached by Mr. Dirk van Eck to help him to ensure equality before the law. As I've mentioned, Mr. van Eck, on the 15th of December 1985, lost his family in a landmine attack. And Mr. van Eck said he wanted equality before the law. If I can just give a background why he wanted that. In 1985, on the 15th of December, he, together with his friend, Koos de Nyssen, and their families went on a game drive on a farm near Messina. Mr. van Eck also then testified before the TRC, and I had a lot of discussions with him when we spoke in 2007, and he gave us a mandate to act on his behalf. The details of this incident is on that day, when they went for a game drive, they went over a landmine. The right rear wheel was the one that detonated the landmine. The car was flung into the air and caught fire. Mr. de Nyssen, Koos de Nyssen, was the driver. Mr. van Eck was sitting in the passenger side and with his baby son on his lap when the incident happened. On the back of the bakkie was Mr. de Nyssen's mother, his wife, and 2 young children. Also with regard to Mr. van Eck, his wife, Kobe, 34 years old, was on the back of the bakkie. Also Nelmarie, 8-year-old daughter of Mr. van Eck. And then Nasi van Eck, a 2-year-old boy, was on the back of the bakkie. When this explosion happened, Mr. van Eck lost consciousness, and when he woke up, he said that he looked into his baby's eyes, and thankfully his baby looked back at him and seemed not to have a serious injury. Next to him, Mr. Koos de Nyssen's had blood all over his face, and his hair caught fire. Mr. van Eck then wanted to leave the car, but he couldn't open the door. He then went through the window, took his baby son and put the baby son far away from the car because, according to his testimony, also before the TRC, they just filled the bakkie with fuel, and he was scared of an explosion. He then started looking for his family. He then found his wife, Kobe van Eck, 34 years old, as well as Marie de Nyssen, the mother of Koos de Nyssen. Their bodies were mutilated and they were dead. He then found his daughter, Nelmarie, 8-year-old, as well as her friend. Both of them, their bodies were mutilated and they were dead. He then found Kobus de Nyssen. the younger son of his friend. The boy was also mutilated, and he was burnt quite harshly. He then went to Mr. Denison and told him, your child is mutilated, badly burnt, and Mr. Denison said, well, then it would be better for him to die. And indeed, he then died. Lastly, Mr. van Eck looked for his 2-year-old son, Nasi, and he could never find the remains of Nasi. And it's quite moving if one goes to look at the TRC report on that. Now, what is the interest of this to this commission? Mr. van Eck, when he approached us, said he wanted to close the book of the past, similar to what we've heard from the Van Merwe family, but then something changed. In 2007, and that is why he approached us, the National Prosecuting Authority decided to prosecute the former Minister of the National Party, Adrian Vlok, as well as the former Commissioner of Police, General Van Merwe. And that prosecution, what Mr. van Eck argued, is that in that case, and the Commissioner also mentioned the case of Reverend Chikane, Reverend Chikane's socks were poisoned. You will know that better than I do. But it was not individually poisoned by Mr. Vlok and General Van Merwe. They were higher up in the political chain taking decisions for these kind of things to happen. And Mr. van Eck said, if there is going to be prosecutions, as in the case of Vlok and Van Merwe, then he believed that those people that were responsible for specifically the death of his family should be prosecuted. At the TRC, the 2 people that planted the landmine received amnesty, and he actually accepted that. But he said in the same way with regard to Vlok and Van Merwe, the decisions were taken higher up. And in our discussions when we started investigating it was actually common cause in various open sources that from 16 June 1985 to 23 June 1985, the ANC leadership held a conference in Kabwe in Zambia. And at that conference, it was decided to remove the distinction between so-called hard and soft targets, meaning that civilians could also be targeted, as we've seen in the landmine. They also decided then on a landmine campaign called Operation Setswayo. In that landmine campaign, well, let me also state, they decided on this landmine campaign even though the ANC in 1980 signed Protocol 1 of the Geneva Convention, which says landmine attacks that can target civilians is prohibited. And we know now that after Kabwe, we've seen 250 people dying in ANC bomb attacks. We've seen 30 landmine attacks, of which Mr. van Eck was one. 24 civilians died, amongst them black people that were going to the church in a taxi, detonated a landmine. So we've seen all that, and Mr. van Eck's incident happened just less than 7 months after the Kabwe conference. And in that sense, it's a long answer, but that is when Mr. van Eck said, well, I would also then want those that were responsible to be prosecuted, those in the leadership positions. And he, of course, then knew that there were 37 senior ANC leaders that did not get amnesty at the TRC.
Yes. So the trigger, as you say, is to be found at paragraph 19 of your statement.
Indeed, that's paragraph 19.
Yes, I see it here.
We will deal with all the paragraphs, Commissioner. But Commissioner Homer, you're 100% correct. It's discussed in paragraph 9. Mr. Kriel, if we know what the mandate of this particular commission is, and there's been lots of evidence led about possible political interference in prosecution of TRC matters. Now, in paragraph 9, you deal with political interference and your view on political interference in these prosecutions.
Well, I believe there was a strong case. Of course, it's for this commission to decide if there was political interference. But I think there are questions that need to be answered with regard to why certain prosecutions were not done. The other families that are represented here, they have stated their case. What I can say is with regard to Mr. Van Eck and with regard to the Van der Merwe family, I have no doubt that there was political interference, but I'll come to the specific examples of that further in my testimony.
So, in paragraph 9, you deal with the Kalata papers. And what is your view on the evidence that led so far?
Well, I think in terms of, I think there's a lot of, from our side, a lot of empathy in terms of what we've seen in the Kalata family, that to this day have not found, or the Simelane family that have not found the remains, as well as the Kalata family has not received answers. And I think the question is just, there was political interference, also in terms of our case with regard to Mr. Dirk van Eck and Van der Merwe. Also in the Kalata papers, there are also examples of referring to what we are stating.
Let us deal at paragraph 12, Mr. Kriel, with the TRC finding with regards to the ANC, and you quote the finding of the TRC. Would you just read that into the record, please?
Yes, in the official finding of the TRC, it was stated the ANC to be responsible for a range of gross human rights violations arising out of unplanned operations, the bombing of public buildings, restaurants, hotels, and bars, the landmine campaign in the northern and northeastern parts of South Africa, and the landmine campaign, we believe that Mr. Van Eck, as I've mentioned, and the death of his wife and 2 children fall directly under these gross human rights violations referred to.
Mr. Kriel, do you know of any prosecutions of any of senior ANC members for decisions they have taken?
No. Our experience is that they've been shielded from prosecution, and it even happens still today. We have now seen that the National Prosecuting Authority has put in a lot of effort to appoint advocates to look at TRC cases, but none of the cases against the ANC members are even today. We still see that inequality before the law.
Let us just deal with paragraph 21, where the NPA spokesperson was interviewed and he gave his version of why there was no prosecutions in this regard.
Yes, I can quote him in that paragraph.
Commissioner, that's page 1233.
Mr. Nguema said to a journalist, the NPA doesn't know who did what or who gave orders. There's simply not enough evidence to draw up a charge sheet. And the problem with this is the reason why you should have an investigation is to get enough evidence. You cannot stop investigations because you say there's no evidence. And I think this is the problem. Later I will indicate how investigations were stopped. So unfortunately this statement, if we are saying this commission looks at why there weren't prosecutions, if there's not even investigations, that is also a reason why there is not any prosecutions.
Mr. Kriel, I think it's inopportune. In preparation of your evidence and your statement, you had opportunity to meet with Mr. Paul Fick.
That is correct.
Please tell the Commission about that meeting and his views.
Yes, Advocate Fick worked for the National Prosecuting Authority before his retirement. He's now 76 years old. But Advocate Paul Fick was appointed by Dr. de Oliveira to investigate specifically the TRC cases regarding...
Commissioners, it's paragraph 27.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
I thought I was making a mistake, but I'm still on the right page with paragraph 57. What happened in the discussions with Advocate Paul Fick, he informed me that he was appointed after the TRC recommendations to investigate specifically the cases referred to by the TRC regarding gross human rights violations by ANC members. And he was in that process. He also had two policemen assisting him, Mr. Brits and Mr. Nell, in that investigation. What is worrying, and I think of relevance to this commission, Mr. Bulelani Nkuka was the head of the National Prosecuting Authority in those days. He was accompanied by Advocate Vusi Pikoli, who was the Director General of Justice. And they came to Advocate Paul Fick's office with a letter signed by Mr. Nkuka saying that there should be no further investigations by Advocate Fick and his team, and that those dockets should be handed over. And for us, in terms of the mandate of this commission, is that those dockets were simply taken away. After that, they were never investigated. Those dockets also include specifically the case of Mr. van der Merwe that we've heard this morning. So it was stopped then, and only later on, the case, as Mr. van der Merwe testified, there was a brief look at it. But the other dockets are still locked up in Visagie Street, in Pretoria, in the General Piet Joubert building. There is an inventory of those dockets, but they are lying idle. And even now, the NPA is not going through those dockets to make sure that there's also prosecutions in that regard.
Good. Mr. Kriel, so have you had access to any of the case dockets that you're referring to?
No, unfortunately not, but it would have been good if we could to make sure that justice prevails.
Now, let's refer, you've testified, but let's just refer the Commission to paragraph 29 of your affidavit. It's page 1236 of the record. You had a consultation with Colonel Vreugdenburg, is that correct?
Yes, after my discussions with Advocate Fick, we were contacted actually by Colonel Vreugdenburg when that came to the fore that we were going to take part in the work of this commission. He then contacted us to give us further information.
Colonel Vreugdenburg, is he still an active policeman or is he retired?
Well, if I correctly, he's retired.
Now, in your discussions with Mr. Fick, And in a question about the status of his investigations at the time, did he refer to a specific investigation? I refer you to paragraph 15 of your...
Yes, Mr. Advocate Fick referred to specifically the Ellis Park bombing, and he said they were making a lot of progress, and they were at a point where they could think of prosecution. And at that point, it was stopped because these dockets were removed from them, and they were given instruction not to do any further investigations in that regard.
Now, Mr. Kriel, you've now indicated that you never had access to the dockets. Why would it be important to have access to those case dockets? What would we be able to establish if one has access to the case dockets?
Well, I think we would be able to establish what proof is available, what further investigations needs to be done, so that there can be progress in those cases. If you're not going to let anybody have access to those dockets, those cases will lie idle, and never will those victims be able to get answers.
Now, Mr. Kriel, I'm going to refer you to paragraph 24 of your affidavit. That's page 1234. Dealing with political interference, there's a reference to a statement made by Advocate Vusi Pikoli. Just read the portion that we quoted there.
Yes, specifically his exact words in the statement that he did for the Kalata group. He said in early 2006, then Commissioner of Police, Mr. Jackie Celebi, objected to Advocate Ackerman's participation, claiming that Ackerman intended to prosecute the leadership of the ANC.
So why is that significant?
Well, if this commission looks at political interference or any interference prohibiting investigations or prosecutions of ANC members, or any member, of course, also the members of the security forces, here you had a current commissioner of police interfering and showing an attitude of saying, no, we don't want him because we don't want anybody to act with regarding to gross human rights violations by the ANC.
Now, I mean, to lead you now to page 1235, paragraph 26, and that also indicates the position of the NPA towards these dockets that you're referring to, where Mr. Vusi Pikoli is also quoted in paragraph 72 of his statement. Could you please read that quote into the report?
Yes, he stated, I reminded the minister that my predecessor has satisfied himself that there was no basis for the leadership of the ANC to be investigated, and that he then briefed the then minister as well as the president in that regard.
And what's your view of this particular stance of Mr. Pikoli with regard to any further investigations into these matters?
Well, the fact is you do investigations to find if there is a basis for further action. You cannot say there's no basis and then not even investigate. If I may add, Madam Chair, with regard to the Dirk van Eck issue I referred to in 2007 when he gave us a mandate, we then wrote a letter to Advocate Pikoli to say, well, there is now the prosecutions of Van der Merwe and Vlok, that there should also now be looked at those people involved in giving instructions for the landmine attack that eventually led to that landmine. And we also got the similar answer from Advocate Pikoli saying, no, there's no evidence or basis to take the matter further. So I think the same issue was, he did not even himself look at what the evidence was. He just relied on the decision of his predecessor, which one can say that might happen, but we now know that his predecessor removed the dockets that should have been used to see if there are facts available.
May I refer you to paragraph 33 of your affidavit, 1237 of the record, where you quote Mr. Ntsebeza, who we all hope would also be able to testify before this commission. Can you just read that quote from Mr. Ntsebeza?
Yes, in that report, Advocate Ntsebeza wrote, "The consequences of this failure have manifested themselves in the vast number of cases that have now become irredeemable. Memories have faded, witnesses have died, evidence that should have been archived has, over time, got lost or destroyed." I believe he is correct. We are concerned that also the evidence against the ANC 37 has been deliberately lost or destroyed.
Just before we carry on, Mr. Kriel, I think it's important to indicate to the Commission your stance on atrocities committed by the security forces as well as the ANC. What is your stance on the atrocities committed during this period?
Well, gross human rights violations are never acceptable, and atrocities cannot simply be ignored. So we condemn any atrocity that has taken place.
And if you call for prosecution, does it also affect the matters against the ANC as well as the matters against the security forces?
Because we ask for equality before the law, there can be three routes that would go. In the case of Mr. Van Eck, his stance was that he was willing for the book of the past to be closed. The second route that might be followed is the one to say, well, we are going to prosecute now, or and of course there's also another route, but both of these have negative consequences. If we're going to say we're simply going to close the book of the past, the Van der Merwe family will not get answers. The Kalata family will not get answers. So, in a sense, for me it's easy to say, because not closing the book of the past would not be good for reconciliation to see. That's my personal view, that many in this room might disagree. We don't believe it will be good for reconciliation to see elderly ANC leaders in the dock. So there's also a third option to say, but that's for the politicians to decide, to say we need to find answers, make it possible for those that have not given the disclosures to do it again through a process.
Mr. Kriel, I'm referring you to paragraph 34 of your affidavit, where you also deal with a further part of the consultation with Colonel Vreugdenburg, where he referred to Advocate McAdams' position as far as the prosecution of these matters are concerned.
Yes, Colonel Vreugdenburg was also mentioned earlier in Mr. Van der Merwe's testimony, in terms that he also spoke to the family. But Colonel Vreugdenburg indicated that there was no appetite from Advocate McAdam to prosecute these matters. He was not looking at the ANC atrocities. He indicated that his focus would be specifically on those former security force members that made themselves guilty of of gross human rights violations.
Perhaps, I think you testified about it, but I think we should just make sure that it's entered into evidence. Paragraph 37 of your affidavit, indicates also that it was confirmed that the Van der Merwe docket was one of those dockets that were removed from Advocate Fick's office.
Yes, if I can read that paragraph, Vreugdenburg confirmed that the Van der Merwe docket was one of those transferred to 218 Visagie Street.
Where they currently are.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Krill, I have to go back now to paragraph 34, and you also received from Colonel Vreugdenburg indication of the position of the NPA related to General Nyanda.
Yes, General Sipwe Nyanda received amnesty at the TRC, where he acknowledged or took responsibility for certain of these atrocities. But the unfortunate thing is the NPA then argued, or some in the NPA argued, that he has already taken responsibility, so nobody else should. And I think that cannot be true. If 5 people commit a crime and one takes responsibility, you cannot say the rest, the other 4, has indemnity. So this for me is actually what we've seen, that they looked for an excuse not to go down this road of also looking at gross human rights violations committed by the ANC.
Mr. Kriel, why is the Van der Merwe matter that was discussed earlier this morning, why is that important?
Well, for me personally, but my personal feelings are not relevant here, but personally, the fact that a family could not find closure with regard to the remains not being found. But I think the relevance is that we know who the perpetrator is, that he's still alive, a perpetrator that did not apply for amnesty, and a perpetrator that's being protected from prosecution. And I think that falls squarely within the mandate of this commission.
Mr. Kriel, paragraph 42 of your affidavit, and let me just supply a basis for this paragraph. Early on in this commission, there was argument about AfriForum, not by AfriForum, but about AfriForum, indicating that AfriForum acted for members of the security forces and or people that made themselves guilty of human rights abuses. Is that true? Do you hold brief on behalf of anyone?
It is unfortunate that such a statement would be made, an indication that the specific person did not take the trouble of reading our submissions to this commission. We only hold 2 briefs, the one in 2007 where Mr. Van Eck gave us a mandate, and the specific one from the Van der Merwe family. And those are the 2 issues why we are here, and to bring to the fore, we hold no brief from anybody else.
We make it clear in paragraph 42 that AfriForum or yourself hold no brief on behalf of any security force members being probed.
No.
But
I say so, yes.
But you follow it up with a but. Can you just read that but into the record?
Okay, let me just find the but. You say it's in paragraph 42?
42, yeah. It's AfriForum or I hold no direct brief on behalf of any security force members being probed, and then you say but.
But we strongly believe in the principle of fairness and equality before the law. This includes fair investigation and prosecution of all parties that may have committed atrocities, including murder. I cannot remain silent about the transparent failure to treat the atrocities committed by everyone equally. The excuse that the dockets against the ANC leadership lack sufficient evidence to prosecute is a transparent attempt to mask the state's unequal treatment of TRC cases.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Kriel. Then, perhaps in conclusion, Mr. Kriel, that would summarize your submission to the Commission. Would you be so kind as to read into the record the contents of paragraphs 44, 45, and 46?
I'll do so, Madam Chair. It seems patently unjust that the apartheid state operatives responsible for the heinous crimes committed against the political activists be prosecuted, while political activists who coordinated and ordered the heinous acts to be committed against civilians, including children, escaped accountability. All parties had an equal opportunity to seek indemnity and avoid prosecution. Those who failed should all be investigated and prosecuted. If this has become impossible, the only alternative is to close the book of the past as far as criminal prosecutions are concerned. As an inalienable principle of equality before the law, I implore the Commission, to ensure that any recommendations made also benefit the victims of gross human rights violations committed by the ANC and other groups that participated in the armed struggle.
And perhaps in conclusion, Mr. Kriel, on behalf of yourself and AfriForum, you condone no atrocities committed in the past by anyone?
No.
And they should all be treated equally?
Yes, and I think that is in line with the whole concept of equality before the law, and that is the principle that we act on behalf, that we receive the mandate from Mr. Van Eck. It's also the principle that we receive the mandate from Mr. Van der Merwe and his family.
Mr. Van Eck is not with us anymore.
No, he unfortunately died a few years back before getting answers in this regard. But I spoke to his family, and they respect the fact that he gave me and AfriForum a mandate, so we continue with the course that he asked us to pursue.
Thank you, Mr. Kriel. Commissioners, I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Nel. Mr. Vani.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, we just have a few questions by way of follow-up. Mr. Kriel, I don't know whether you heard the opening statement on behalf of the 25 families known as the Kalata Group. But we did place on record that those families did not wish to see any discrimination when it came to the pursuit of prosecutions and justice, and that there should be equal treatment in relation to the follow-up of past atrocities. Do you recall that?
Yes, and from our side, we are thankful for that stance taken by those families.
Now, I'm not putting this up as any excuse, but do you accept that under apartheid, the bulk of the prosecutions that took place, so-called political prosecutions, were directed against those on the anti-apartheid side?
Yes, the then government prosecuted those that they believed acted against the state. And the bulk of them were, of course, from the organizations that you referred to.
I just want to refer you to your paragraph 7. It reads as follows: my interest in the debate over prosecutions flowing from the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission dates back to September 2007, when acting on behalf of Mr. Dirk van Eck, I in my own capacity and acting on behalf of AfriForum, implored the state to either, in the interest of national unity and reconciliation, cease all prosecutions as recommended by the TRC, or to ensure equality before the law to prosecute all those individuals, especially the so-called ANC 37 who failed to get amnesty, close brackets, who committed gross human rights violations. Can I ask, is it still the position of AfriForum that, on the one hand, there should either be no prosecutions, but if there are to be prosecutions, then it should be done equally?
That is correct, Madam Chair. That was also the position we took in those days, was the firm position of Mr. Van Eck, and the position he gave us a mandate to promote.
Now, I get the impression from your statement and your evidence in chief that you take the view that at least in the post-apartheid era, so from 94 onwards, that the bulk of the prosecutions have been against those on the former government or apartheid side. For example, those in the apartheid era security forces. Am I correct in gaining that impression?
No. We know that there are many of these cases that there has been no prosecutions. What we have seen now lately is a move in terms of prosecutions with regard to a number of these inquests. If I remember correctly, for instance, the Rodriguez case. So we are only seeing it now. The bulk of the prosecutions did not happen earlier because there were really no prosecutions.
Yes. We are busy doing research, but we've already alluded to figures in the Kalata affidavit that at least in the 1990s, post-94, it does seem that the majority of cases that were taken forward were against persons aligned to the former UDF and the ANC. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not privy to that information.
No further questions, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Vani. Mr. Kwala?
Thank you, Commissioners. We have no clarification questions for this.
Yes. Ms. Ranto?
Thank you, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Mr. Green.
Good afternoon.
Mine just relates to paragraph 13 of your affidavit, where we need to understand, because your affidavit says that you have no interest in who colluded or may have been subjected to political interference. That's on the part of SAPS and NPA.
I missed the paragraph.
1.3.
13, paragraph 13.
Okay.
Where you indicate that your approach is that you're not interested in which members of the SAPS or NPA colluded with anyone to prevent the investigation or prosecution. You see that one?
Yes.
So we want to understand then, in terms of the terms of reference of this commission, ideally, what is it that you're expecting if you have no interest in terms of those that are fingered? Because you would have seen that terms of reference specifically pay a particular attention to SAPS and NPA. I just need to clarify as to what is meant by paragraph 13.
Yes, I think the issue here is our broader concern that prosecutions did not take place. And I think for this commission, those issues might be relevant to give the details in that regard. Our main focus is that there was no prosecutions with regard to the Van der Merwe case, and also not with regard to the Van Eck case. I think the broader issue is that there was a reluctance to prosecute, and I think in terms of this commission, further investigations can be done to whom was specifically responsible.
Thank you, Commissioners. That is all from my side.
Thank you, Ms. Ranto. Mr. Siminya?
Chairperson, Mr. Nalani will take some
Thank
few
you.
questions.
Mr. Nalane.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon, Mr. Chris.
Mr. Semenya, maybe if you switch positions,
Or just pull the mics.
oh, okay, thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Krill.
Good afternoon.
You would, of course, remember what the terms of reference of this commission are. You've read about the terms of reference.
That's correct.
And one of the terms, if just for completeness sake, it says whether, why, and to what extent, and by whom efforts or attempts were made to influence or pressure members of the South African Police Service or the National Prosecuting Authority to stop investigating or prosecuting TRC cases.
That's correct.
So one of the issues that the Commission will have to do is to receive information, but particularly about who and what, whether. Correct?
That's correct.
So it is important for the work of the Commission to be able to be assisted by people like yourselves if you are able to identify who, so that you bring that information forth for the Commission to do its work, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Now, I see that you say your main focus are three entities. You said no, three persons or entities. Mr. Van Eck, Mr. Van der Merwe, correct?
That's correct.
But if I read your affidavit, most of the focus is on the ANC, particularly the ANC 37. You spend quite a amount of time referring to the ANC 37 cases, correct?
That's correct.
So the ANC 37 is one of the focus of your affidavit and submissions.
That's correct.
It's important because the ANC 37 features even in the Kalata affidavit, so it's something that needs to be investigated really if it has any impact on the terms of reference. You agree?
I agree.
And if I read your affidavit and statements, you suggest that something untoward was done with the ANC 37, as you call them.
That's correct.
You suggest that there was no prosecution and that there should have been prosecutions.
That's correct.
Now, I think it's important for the Commission, in order to look at your views, your submissions, that the matter be placed properly in context of the NC 37 to see where it fits in the bigger scheme of the terms of reference. You agree?
I agree.
Now, there is an advocate, Macadam, to whom we have referred to in parts of your affidavit and in your oral evidence.
Advocate, sorry?
Macadam.
Macadam, that's correct.
Macadam, yes. Unfortunately, he has not yet given a statement. So we'll not be able to put much of what he may or may not say in relation to the things that you say about him. You agree?
I do.
You also suggest that Advocate Macadam said to somebody that he had no interest in prosecuting the ANC cases.
That's correct. That is what Colonel Vreechtenberg told me.
All right, yeah. Now, in order to place the issue of the ANC 37, as they are called, it is important to get the correct facts so that when the Commission decides or deliberates on this matter, the correct facts are placed on the table. Correct?
That's correct.
You'd agree that merely because somebody has been refused amnesty doesn't mean necessarily they must be prosecuted.
That's correct, but at least if there is allegations against what happened, then at least it should be investigated. And that is what Mr. Nkuka stopped. He stopped further investigations with regard to the ANC 37 by taking those dockets away from Advocate Paul Fick and Nell and Brits that were supposed to investigate it.
All right. And I'm sure Mr. Nkuka will deal with that when he comes to testify. But the point is, one must look at the context of the ANC 37 and their refusal to be given amnesty. That is important.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, may I interrupt? Are we asking questions of clarification?
The evidence leaders are entitled to ask any kind of questions, Mr. Nel.
Then that's fine.
Yes.
Mr. McAdam gave us documents which were put on the website of the Commission, and they've been put in the bundle as A1 to A41. Do you have that, Mr. Kriel?
No, I did not study that because my focus was on what I said in my statement and with regard to what Colonel Vreugdenburg told me in this regard.
No, all I'm saying is, do you have a bundle with A1 to A41 in front of you?
No, I do not.
Commissioner, I thought that the witness would have a... So all you have is your statement only? Okay.
That's correct.
Yeah. I thought that the bundle with the statements as prepared by the Commission would have been placed in front of the witness. I apologize.
I think Mr. Pitso is coming to your rescue.
Thank you. You've got the bundle in front of you now.
I do.
All right, thank you. And I'm saying that these documents are on the website of the Commission, so it is not something that we're just bringing out now.
Yes.
Yeah. And the reason why I think it's important to look at the context in which the ANC 37, as they are called, were dealt with, it is important, and the document which informs us in some way about under what circumstances the ANC 37, as they are called, came to be given amnesty, are set out in the report of the Amnesty Committee. It's from A1.
A1. Okay, I have it in front of me.
Yeah, I'll quote certain parts of the report, but the point of the matter is that amnesty, you'd have listened to the evidence of Ms. Yasmin Suka in these proceedings. You may not have been here. But what she said is that the amnesty process, and I recall she said, it's conditional justice. In other words, you tell the truth, what you did, and then you'll get amnesty. You agree with that?
That's correct.
If you don't tell the truth, then you don't get amnesty.
Yes, there is no such thing as blanket amnesty. You have to make a full disclosure. You had to make a full disclosure.
So what the Amnesty Committee did was to look specifically at the applications of the ANC 37, as they are called, and this is what appears on from page A2. And there's a declaration which the applicants from the ANC said at A2 towards the bottom of the page. The declaration on which the above applicants rely reads as follows. And I'm going to read in the record, we the applicants having at various times between 1 March 1960 and 10 May 1994, as indicated below, been members and leaders of the African National Congress, hereinafter referred to as the ANC, elected and or appointed to serve in various structures, including is the highest organ, the National Executive Committee, do hereby make the following declaration. During the said period, the ANC played the foremost role in the leadership of the struggle of the masses of our people for the end of the hateful system of apartheid, appropriately dubbed a crime against humanity by the international community. And on page A3, I'm going to read paragraph 6. I won't read from paragraph 2 to 5. What they say there in their detail, in the event an in the event and to the extent that any of the activities of any of the above mentioned institutions and structures, including the SDUs, could in any manner whatsoever be regarded as a kind of acts or omissions or offenses envisaging the Promotion of National Unity and Reconciliation Act, we collectively take full responsibility, therefore, applying for amnesty in respect, therefore. Correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, what I read from this is that they were saying many acts of various forms would have been taken by various members, structures, units, but we as the leaders, we take collective responsibility, even though we don't know what acts were there, what happened, but we simply take collective responsibility for applying for amnesty in respect thereof. This is what they told the
Yes.
commission. And then the commission decided, well, the commission had one or two functions. One of them was to apply the act that governed the mandate, correct?
That's correct.
The act
Madam
would have-
Chair, may I just
Yes.
respond to one thing that was said in the previous sentence? I think this is exactly our point. Here you had the ANC 37 taking responsibility, not getting amnesty and not being prosecuted. If the ANC took a decision in Kabwe to take away the distinction between hard and soft targets, and they take a decision for a landmine campaign called Operation Setswayo, and then people go ahead and actually implement that decision, even if they do not know specifically where a landmine was planted, where, they should be held responsible because they are the people that gave the broader instruction. And I don't think there can be any argument, because they actually say here in paragraph 6 that they indeed take responsibility for what happened.
Mr. Krill, I'll come in a very moment to the prosecution. Because first you must deal with the TRC and then the consequences thereafter. You agree?
And they,
The amnesty process and the prosecution are different processes because the one informs the other. Correct?
Correct.
You'd have heard from the witness the evidence of Mr. Kalata and also Ms. Simelane that there were evidence material which was before the TRC, correct?
Yes.
And they said the material formed the basis of further investigations and prosecutions.
That's correct.
And the dissatisfaction in this commission is that in spite of the information which was before the TRC, in spite of the evidence, there's been lack of diligent investigation and prosecution.
That's correct.
So stay with me, let's deal with the TRC process. We'll finish in a moment, for the ANC 37 in particular. And then we can deal with what happened thereafter. You understand?
I understand.
So if you turn to A4, and at page A4, it is an extract of the amnesty application. Because the application must be accompanied by documents which say, what are you applying amnesty for, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as I read this document, A4, what appears to be paragraph 9, it starts with accordingly. The list of 29 covered the 1960-94 and included people who had been members of various committees of the NC from the NEC downwards. You see that?
Yes.
And then the application further says, further, the group was also selected on the basis that, to the knowledge of the ANC, none of the people on the list had been involved in any individual actions for which they would require to apply for amnesty.
I see this. I disagree, but I see this.
Yeah. So in other words, when they compiled what came to be known as NC37, from what I read is that they asked those who are going to apply you must make sure that you have not been involved in any individual action, and if you have, you must apply for amnesty for that individual action. Correct?
Correct.
Because the TRC Act is specific. You must tell the truth about what you did. I planted a landmine, I did this, I did that. You must be specific.
That's correct.
Yeah. Now, as I read this, the NC then says, in selecting the 29, they ask those questions. And if you read further, it says, it also seems clear that there are other leaders of the NC. From the foregoing, it should be clear that the 29 would not be able to answer any questions which sought to establish the specific acts for which they were apparently applying for amnesty, since there are none. It's the same concept. They were not applying for amnesty for specific actions, correct?
I disagree, but this is what they argue.
Yeah, we'll deal with the prosecutions. I think it's a valid point you have. You say, after the TRC process, what do the prosecutors do? Correct?
That's correct.
Because the prosecutors must work on the basis of evidence that they have. Correct?
That's correct.
You have said so in your evidence, on oral evidence. There must be investigations, firstly, and then there must be prosecutions. Either investigations show evidence.
That's correct.
Yeah. Now, let's see what the commission, what the Amnesty Committee then found in the context of the applications. If you turn to A5, the 6th paragraph, which says, having regard to the declaration. Are you there?
That's correct. Yeah.
Having regard to the declaration, it is quite evident that the individual applicants apply for amnesty not because they committed any acts that could constitute an offense or a delict, but do so solely because they are persons who were either in the leadership of the ANC at various times between 1960 to 1994, or were members of the structures established by the ANC in order to wage a struggle against the NP-led government, and therefore take collective responsibility for the acts committed by their members in the various structures which acts were committed under the ANC's political authority, direction, leadership. They accordingly assume political and moral accountability for such acts. Correct? That's what it says.
I see that's what it says.
And then what the committee then does in the next paragraph, they look at the act which they must now apply, because they work within a framework. They can't simply say, we deny you amnesty or we grant you amnesty. You agree?
Yes.
Then they say, it is appropriate at this stage to refer to the sections for the grant of amnesty as contained in the Act. Section 21 stipulates...
Sorry, Chairperson, I don't know if it's a motorcycle or something. Okay.
Mr. Nalani, is there any way to pull that mic closer to you? You are quite faint.
Thank you. Is it this one or this one? Is that better? Commissioner, am I audible now?
Yes, much better.
Thank you. So the Amnesty Committee then looks at Section 220.1. It says, Section 21 stipulates as one of the requirements for amnesty that the act, omission, or offense in respect of which amnesty is sought must be an act associated with a political objective. Section 21 stipulates that the applicant must make full disclosure of all the relevant facts in respect of the act, omission, or offense for which amnesty is sought. You see that?
I see.
And then the committee then says Section 22 then steps in to define an act associated with political objective. It states an act associated with political objectives. I think we can leave that now. But the point I'm making is that the committee had to act within a framework of the law. And if we fast forward to A8, paragraph 2, the committee knows that the reasons advanced by the ANC Unfortunately, no matter how noble and commendable these reasons may be, they clearly demonstrate that these applications do not comply with the requirements of the Act, as no act, omission, or offense is a subject to the applications as required by Section 18.1 of the Act. The applications do not relate to any specific act, omission, or offense. On their own admission, none of the applicants have been involved in any act for which they would require to apply for amnesty. In the premises, no amnesty can be granted to the applicants because, in terms of what is before the committee, they have committed no offense or delict. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. And then the next paragraph says the intention of the applicants to support the thousands of cadres did not warrant an application of this nature. As I read that, it says there was no need even for those applicants to apply. That's how I read it. And then it says further, it would have been sufficient for the applicants to support their members' applications for amnesty where necessary, without themselves applying for amnesty for the acts of such members. That was never intended by the Act to have persons such as the applicants applying for amnesty on the basis of collective responsibility, or for the aforementioned reasons is to be found in Section 27, which has already been discussed. You get the drift. And then I think I'm going to read the last part, and then we can move to the prosecutions now. This is the amnesty process. The reasons the ANC 37, as they are colloquially called, were refused amnesty is because they didn't qualify within the wording of the Act which governs amnesty, correct?
That's correct.
And the findings are on A8. It says, it is our finding that insofar as the applicants seek to apply for amnesty for acts committed by their members in the various institutions and structures on the basis of collective political and moral responsibility, their application fall outside the ambit of the Act, and accordingly, they do not require to apply for amnesty. And I want to emphasize that and read it. They do not require to apply for amnesty. So it was even unnecessary for them to have even gone to the TRC. That's what the Amnesty Committee says.
Yes. May I respond to that?
Yes.
It is in fact so that the Amnesty Commission or the TRC could not give them amnesty. I agree with that. But the TRC responded with regard to the information they provided. And the information they provided was insufficient. It does not mean that if the information was insufficient, that there was no grounds why they should have applied for amnesty. They should have applied for amnesty by giving some grounds. They should have said between the 16th and 23rd of June 1985, we took a decision to take on a landmine campaign called Operation Setswayo, and therefore then they should have given more information. They should have then said, because of this instruction, even though they did not plant the bombs or the landmines themselves, they should have said, our decision has led to the fact that there were 30 landmine explosions, and they could have listed them. Van Eck, the taxi I mentioned, in this, 24 innocent civilians died. They could have given the names because it was known to them. The ANC leadership, after some of these attacks in their magazine, they acknowledged responsibility for that. So you are right in the sense that the Amnesty Commission could not give them amnesty, but not because they should not qualify for amnesty, but because they didn't give the information that would have led them to qualify. If one takes, for instance, Adrian Vlok, he did not himself plant or put the poison into the socks of Reverend Chikani. So if one's going to use this ANC argument to say, no, I didn't commit that act, but it was found then that he should take responsibility. and he did not get amnesty for that. So, so that cannot be an argument. If that was an argument, then Adrian Vlok would have also argued, I couldn't qualify for amnesty. He could have, if he gave more information. And the ANC 37 could have, if they gave more information. And that is the reason why they didn't qualify.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. So now we move
Yeah,
to, I want to move to the
in legal terms, it is called vicarious liability or vicarious responsibility.
Thank you, Commissioner. I studied to be a teacher, so I would not have known that term, but thank you so much.
I want to move to the prosecution now, because we know the mere fact that you have applied for amnesty and been refused means you may now be exposed to prosecution. That's the consequence.
That's correct.
Yeah. So I want to turn from page 810, and I want to investigate, to debate with you, not debate, but to show you what the evidence given by McAdam says about the efforts and steps taken by the NPA. And I agree with you, the mere fact that the Commission found that, the TRC, that they didn't fall within the four corners of the Act, it doesn't mean the end of the road. And part of the reason why we're here is to investigate that part, post the TRC process. Did the prosecutors, did the police do what they're supposed to do by law? Because our law says there's a crime, it must be investigated, and if there's evidence, it must be prosecuted. Correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Now, 810 is a document which was written on 26 June 2006 to Dr. Ezra Maite, SC, who testified in this commission. It's from A.R. Ackerman, SC, and it's the Statian Teteleli Zafania Mube, Nzondeleli Yulid Nondula, Jabulani Sidney Mbuli. And as I understand this, these were people of the NC who were involved in acts and activities in the Messina district. And if you turn A11, this is Mr. Ackerman. As you know, he was a prosecutor in the NPA, correct?
That's correct.
Now he says on A11, he writes in Afrikaans, Amnestie is op 16 Maart 2001 aan al die bogenoemde personen verleen vir alle misdade wat gemeld ontploffingsverband hou. As I understand that, he says these people were involved in landmine explosions, applied for amnesty.
Yes, and they received amnesty, as was also acknowledged by Mr. Dirk van Eck. So the two people involved in that specific incident received amnesty, but not those that took a decision for a landmine campaign.
Yeah, I think this is where now Advocate Ackerman deals with that point towards the bottom of A11. He says, aan opmerkings, die ANC het die gebruik van landmyne in die Messina grensgebied goedgekeur in opdragte. En die verband is deur die bevelsstruktuur van Umkhonto weSizwe aan lede gegee. So as I understand this is saying, there was a campaigns for explosions and landmines, and the instructions for those activities were given by the ANC leadership. And that is where you're saying this is how the that's where the prosecution should have gone to.
That's correct.
Yeah. Now he says, the last part of paragraph 3, al die ander ANC-lede voedsoldaten wat by hierdie misdadigheid betrokken was, is oorlede. So the foot soldiers who were involved have now deceased.
That's correct.
En it says beslis en vol, ten opsigte van die sogenaamde voedsoldaten is geen verdere onderzoek nodig nie. Ten aansien van die ANC-leedskap wat die opdragte vir die landmynveldtog gegee het en nie amnestie ontvang het nie, moet 'n besluit gelegener tyd nog verneem word nadat al die relevante partye gespreek is. So the prosecution, you can accept, even at this stage, is talking about two kinds of people. He's talking on the one hand about the foot soldiers who have applied and been granted amnesty, but he says, Ackerman, he says, we must now look at the leadership, whether anything should be done about it. So all I'm saying is that on the face of this document, the prosecution did apply its mind, at least from what Ackerman is saying, on this matter.
Well, he said a decision still has to be made.
Yes, I'm saying at that point.
That they had to do it in the future.
Yeah, and then if you turn to A12, it is a document written by R.C. McAdam, Deputy Head, PCU. And it's sent to Mr. B.T. Nuka, who at that stage was the NDPP. And he talks about allegations against the president. He says, I enclose here with a copy of the CIO list affidavit confirming that General van der Merwe did not furnish him with any information on the basis that this was in the possession of his attorney, Wagener. We'll deal with the affidavit, but he deals with the issues of higher ups, if I may call it that, within the leadership structures of the ANC. He's talking at this stage about the president. Correct? I see it's 3 minutes plus 1, commissioners.
Yes, Mr. Nalane. How long are you going to be, Mr. Nalane?
I would think maybe 15, 20 minutes.
15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think this is the last part of the...
I think, should we go? Should we proceed? Yes, in that case, we'll be happy to proceed, Mr. Nalane.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Krill, without taking too much time reading this document into the record, because Mr. I'm sure will testify about this. But A13 is the conclusion, his memo. He says the various old terrorist laws have been abolished. His guilt or innocence must be determined by the general principles of common law relating to conspiracy or common purpose. In this regard, it must be proved that either he was present at a meeting where he agreed or participated in the commission of the crimes. I'm unable to find any evidence to prove either. So this is McAdam, another prosecutor, who looks at this matter, reports to the boss, Mr. Nuka, and he says, I've looked at this matter. I don't find any evidence against the president. Correct?
Mr.
And then,
Mr. Nalane, at A13, there is one phrase, at least on my copy, that it's obliterated. Is it important, or are we going to get the appropriate wording there?
We'll get the appropriate wording when Mr. McAdam testifies. I think here, the point I'm just making, Mr.
Yes, but we can get the gist.
We will get the gist, yes. The gist is that...
Yes, you may proceed on that basis.
The prosecution looked at the issues relating to ANC leaders who were refused amnesty from the correspondence that appears to be so. Correct? And then the next one is an affidavit by Mr. Lisk on page A4, on page A14. This was dealt with a bit yesterday in the evidence. But as I understand what Mr. Lisk is saying, he was an investigator. He was asked to approach former Police Commissioner Johan van der Merwe and get documents which Johan van der Merwe said he had in his possession. Correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Lisk said he was told that Johan van der Merwe had the dockets which could prove the guilt, at least, or evidence, at least on the part of the president. And from here, it appears even from Mr. Lisk's evidence that former General Johan van der Merwe did not give any docket or information which could link at least the president to any criminality. Correct?
That's what stands, what's written.
Yeah. And then if you turn to page A15, the NPA then releases a statement on 15 May 2004. It was, you've referred to it in your evidence, but I just want to touch on a few paragraphs. The last paragraph.
A few paragraphs at A what?
A15.
A15, okay, yes.
It says, the Foundation for Equality Before the Law, an organization led by former National Police Commissioner General John van Merwe, which mainly comprises former members of the All Security Police, sought to use the TRC judgment to call for the prosecution of the ANC leaders. You see that?
I see that.
And A16, the Foundation alleged that it was in possession of documents that could prove a criminal case against ANC leaders, correct?
I see that.
And then the next paragraph, the National Director of Public Prosecution, Bulana Ncuka, made several requests to be furnished with the evidence. However, the Foundation failed to supply the NPA with the relevant facts, correct?
That's correct.
Furthermore, the NPA perused all relevant material in possession of both the TRC and SAPS and was unable to find any evidence on which to launch an investigation. In the circumstances, the NPA has no reasonable basis to authorize an investigation in terms of the provisions of Section 28 of Act 32 of 1998, correct?
That is written here. I disagree, but that is what is written here.
This is what the NPA is saying. I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I'm just saying this is all they're saying.
Yeah, no.
And then McAdam on A17 says, he makes the same conclusion. Refusal of amnesty, President and other prominent ANC leaders, having considered all the relevant material in his possession, the National Prosecuting Authority has decided that there is insufficient evidence upon which to launch a criminal investigation arising from the TRC's refusal to grant amnesty to the above persons. So for
now, this is what McAdam writes on the 2nd of July 2004.
Correct.
Yes.
Now, and then we know that, and then there are two prominent prosecutors who will testify in this matter, McAdam and Ackerman, on page A18, and they deal with the same matter. And then paragraph 3, during these discussions, Mr. Ackerman joined the meeting and drew their attention to the fact that since June 2003, he had invited them to produce evidence implicating the president without any success. I'm now awaiting to see if any documents will materialize, will inform you accordingly. So at least from the part of the prosecutors, it appears that they were dealing with the matter. And then we know that Advocate Pikoli replaced Mr. Ncuka, and you, Mr. Krill, corresponded with the NPA about the same matter.
Yes.
If you turn to A38, this is a letter from Advocate Pikoli to you. A38.
The letter dated the 17th August 2007.
Mr. Krill, this is a letter sent to you.
That's correct.
You received this letter in 2007.
I did.
And Mr. Advocate Pikoli told you in paragraph 2, in essence, the facts upon which you base your allegations against ANC leadership formed part of the evidential material which was considered by Advocate Ncuka. I note in your letter that you have declined to make your private investigations available to me. I therefore have no legal basis upon which to overturn the properly informed and carefully considered decision of my predecessor.
This is that he wrote, what he wrote?
Yeah. And he has said, so the NPA, you are dissatisfied that they didn't do their part.
Yeah.
But on record, they have told you, in particular, what they did.
No.
Correct?
Yeah. Madam Chair, may I respond?
Yes, you may.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, this is exactly our point. It seems if I read this, there's an unwillingness, and it's an effort to find excuses why this is not taken forward. And the reason why I'm saying so, we read here that they say there's no evidence. They use an excuse that General van der Merwe, if I read correctly, did not come forward with information. But that is a task of the state. If they don't get any information from someone else, they then have an obligation to do that investigation. And the state was on the point of doing that investigation. As I've mentioned earlier, I spoke to Advocate Fick, and Advocate Fick indicated that he had these dockets in front of him. And he had two police investigators, Mr. Nell and Brits, and they were investigating it, and they were on the brink of going ahead with a case regarding the Ellis Park bomb. And they were also investigating. On their table was also the Van der Merwe case. And now I don't see any credibility in Mr. Nkuka's letter here. If he says, I can find no evidence, but there's also a letter that this commission might have access to, we don't, where Advocate or Mr. Nkuka writes to Advocate Fick saying, you are no longer going to investigate this. We are going to take these dockets away from you. And then those dockets are left without any further investigation. So the reason why they're saying they don't have evidence is because they stopped the investigation, and that is the point we're trying to make.
All right. But of course, if you have any further information, you are welcome to give it to the commission so that we can take this up with Mr. Muka, with Makadam Akaman, who are also going to testify in this in these proceedings. But you don't simply prosecute because somebody has been refused amnesty. No. In the absence of evidence, you can't prosecute. Correct?
Yes,
thank you.
I agree. But I believe if there's an investigation, there would be evidence because it is common cause. Various sources can confirm that between 16 June and 23 June 1985, in Kabwe, the ANC decided to go ahead with campaigns that target civilians. And that, I believe, is something that was never followed up. And I am certain if there's an effort and not any political interference, and people sincerely investigate this, we will have closure. If we know the family of Mr. Van Eck that remains, and I can't speak on behalf of them, but if I was in their position, I would have had closure if I knew that this was investigated. I think it's speculation now that there's no evidence because the NPA blocked specific further investigation into those matters.
Thank you. All life is precious. I appreciate that you've come forward. Mr. Van Eck's life is precious for the Merwe, Galata, Mr. Nyoka, and all the victims of the past conflicts. Their lives are equally important. You agree?
I agree.
No further. Those are the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nell.
Indeed. It will be about 10 minutes.
Why 10 minutes, Mr. Nell?
If I've got questions arising from the questions.
Yes, but it shouldn't amount to 10 minutes.
Is the intention that it should be shorter than 10 minutes?
It should be shorter than 10 minutes.
Then
it's an alert.
You have taken away a minute of your time.
if I'm allowed a tongue-in-cheek moment, I will take 9 minutes. But that's a tongue-in-cheek moment. Mr. Kriel, we've now heard that prominent prosecutors decided not to prosecute. You've heard that word, prominent prosecutors. Mr. Kriel, what we heard yesterday is that a very prominent prosecutor with the name of Ramaite decided not to prosecute Bamboo. And they might have changed their minds after they received information from Mr. Leask. So if they receive other evidence, prominent prosecutors may change their minds. And that's what you're saying with it's speculation if a prosecutor say, I don't have enough information.
Yes.
Let us just, we've got 9 minutes.
Okay.
Let us just, because I've read all this. I've been a prosecutor, so I've read all this. If you want to prove what was said at a meeting, how do you prove it?
You get the minutes.
Indeed. Do you know if they have minutes of meetings on those case dockets?
We will never know because Mr. Nkuka stopped the investigations and took away the dockets.
Then if you get instructed to plant a landmine, you need a landmine to plant. You must get it from somewhere. Do you know if there's in those dockets indication where they got it from?
No, that's exactly why we wanted investigations.
Do you know if it's in those dockets that it was procured by very senior people in the ANC?
No, because the dockets are not accessible.
So what we're saying is the proof of the pudding would be in establishing if those dockets were indeed investigated.
Yes, and from what I've heard from Advocate Fick, it was not. It was removed from them.
But the one thing we agree with the evidence leaders is a prosecutor tells you, I don't have evidence in a case docket. But it's about what happened before that case docket was handed to him. Is that our point?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. I have nothing further. And it was 8 minutes.
That was more than 10 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Nell. Mr. Kriel?
Chairperson, we don't have any questions, but we do wish to place something on record. It's an important correction. My learned friend for the evidence leaders put a letter that's in the McAdam bundle at 810. It's a letter that allegedly is in the name of Ackerman to acting NDPP Ramaite, dated the 26th of June 2006. It's in Afrikaans. The evidence of Mr. Ackerman will be that that letter is a forgery.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson.
We will bring it up in due course. Thank you, Mr. Vani. Mr. Kriel, we wish to extend our appreciation for your ability to come and give evidence before this commission. For now, you are excused as a witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Madam Commissioner, from our side, I don't know if the others are still going to be asked to say something, but from our side, that will be the business for today.
Yes. We'll adjourn on Monday at 10 o'clock.
As the Commission pleases.
We'll adjourn, we'll reconvene at 10 o'clock on Monday.